Hey, why is my browser crashing already? Oh, there goes TikTok. God dang it. I guess it recovered? Maybe? Why is it moving it to that monitor? I don't want it on that monitor. Alright, everything's working. I hope. Give me a second here and I'll show you guys the thingy that I made. Alright, here we go. Yo, what's up, Perksies? So, I made a new, better, more comprehensive data collection tool for, like, Grand Expeditions inside of Google Sheets, so everyone can use it. I'm still kind of working on it. It's, I'll show you guys here in a minute. I'm gonna just get some maps out here and get everything ready to go, because I didn't really have, much setup time. So what I'm testing for today is basically I'm trying to find recipes and socket counts. Up until now, I haven't had a really good way for testing for recipes, right? Now I have, and logging it, so I have not, up until this point, had a good way for logging, like, recipe or item weightings or anything like that, right? So I was just purely going off of how many sockets a remnant has. And the problem with that is there's some, like, 6 and 7 socket remnants that are weighted higher than, like a 9 socket remnant. And there's, like, some, like, 9 socket remnant types that are weighted higher than a 10 socket, like the mirror and the Hinocor's lock. So, like, we know there's a background weighting system in place, but I haven't had a good way to test for recipes yet, for, like, the recipe weighting. So I built something inside of Google Sheets that basically lets me test that very quickly and efficiently. rather than having to like go in and type in every single recipe's rune shape. It's just it'll basically autofill it for me. And it's public, so anyone that wants to contribute can also do it. And I will be throwing that in the bot here on stream, so anyone can just like type exclamation tool or something, and then it'll pop it up, and then you can just use it from there. I think that's a good idea. Alright, here we go. So I gotta do some pathing really quickly here to get to like areas so that I can actually do testing on. So, random maps until we get there. Okay. So like all of this will be good to do testing with here. So I gotta path that over to it. I don't want to use my white tier 15. That would be bad. And the good thing is set up in a way that, like, say they add more recipes or something, right, to Remnants, and or they add like different, or they change the recipes. The new tool, I just basically go update the databases in the back of it, and it works. It'll still work. So it's basically just copy paste anytime there's new recipes or for Remnants or something like that added, which will be amazing. Which will be good. Here, I'll show you guys it here in a minute. Alright, go over here. I need to get to these maps to do testing on. And these ones here too. Would be good to grab. I'll go here first. Alright, here we go. Yeah, I didn't do any pathing today. Like, before stream, like I usually would. Sell it for really. Global chats be trolling this guy. He's just found Alder's Legacy. They're like, sell it for gold. It's not worth anything. I hate this map, man. This is probably one of the worst maps to have to do any kind of pathing on. I can't just full sprint through it. It's different every single time I run it. So, like, I can't just, like, run through it and then just be okay. It's like, no, it doesn't like that.
Ready to hunt. There it is.
It's this way, actually. Yeah, the random generated maps, they're, this one specifically is really annoying. Delete. Wait. One-shot protection. Alright, we're good. Well, that's even better. That's like a ton of maps right there just that I can use for just testing then. 3, 4. Yeah, that's actually huge. Okay. I think I need more white tier 16s too, though soon. I'm running low again. Anything else I should probably path to really quick just so I don't have to worry about it in a little bit after I run out of maps, because I'm gonna like 20 GE maps here to do this. Just the white ones. Yo, what's up, RM? Not much, just getting some pathing done so I can get, actual, like, testing stuff started for the day. Check out what you've done to your build. Okay, I can in a minute. I also want to show you guys the tool that I built inside of Google Sheets, because it's kind of cool. Here. You've reached, nice. I keep thinking I might drop a couple more of my emeralds out for extra energy shield, because it's like, man, even with Adonia's, like, I don't ever really need Adonia's DPS, you know? Like, even, I mean, I know they're gonna patch it with 0.5.5, but like, at this point, I don't ever really even use it. It's the same thing with Mantra, like, I don't use that either, because like, it just does so much damage without it. It's like, if I really wanted more damage, I would actually have to pay attention to my positioning and like the way I'm aiming the Falling Thunder, but like I could literally just drop Nova projectiles and put in like another damage perk. It's just the Nova projectiles is nice for quality of life. Because like you gotta think like if you're like facing a massive pack, like anything that goes behind you, you're just losing that damage with Nova projectiles. Is not helping you. So Nova projectiles actually like nukes your pressure DPS, your DPS like frontwards and just spreads it out all around you, which is great for like when you're surrounded. But like if I was like actually chasing in the DPS, I would just literally drop it for more damage. What am I doing? Alright, here we go. We've hit 217,000 effective HP. That's insane. Yeah, so like, this is like, it's nice while it's here, but like, it's not something that the build even needs to function, so there's that. I also need to get Ultra Saga data too, because we have none at the moment. I also need to patch the main sheet, because I'm adding in like Atlas Master toggles with pages on the main, on the spreadsheet here soon. So basically you can go through and select all your Atlas Master perks on whatever one, and there's going to be a drop down on like the settings on the main like recipe logging sheet that like basically tell it what Atlas Master you're using, and it just applies all the perks based off the setting pages for each master. On the data collection sheet. So basically I'm trying to make it as like user friendly as I possibly can while still building it entirely inside of Google Sheets. That way like everyone can use it fairly easily. That way we could just make like a giant database of anyone that wants to contribute to like figuring out like the socket weightings and the recipe weightings and stuff like that. This is the boring part where I have to just path around and it's just not fun. Yeah, I'll check it out in a second here. Let me finish what I'm getting through these maps here. I'll like alt tab and go over to Discord and look at it. In the same build as what I'm running. Are you playing Martial Artists and Falling Thunder? Here? I actually have a build guide up on the red one. Here. Long form video if you're interested. Yeah, so I actually have a build guide. It's up on my the YouTube, but and it has like the links to my Mobalytics page and my page for the actual like PoE Ninja, so you can see it like as I change stuff in real time. Let's see. Grab that. Alright, that should be enough maps. I do need to get more white. Where's it linked on YouTube? Just Google my name on YouTube. It should be like one of the more recent videos. And all the links for the, like the MOBA and the, PoE Ninja are literally in the video description. Yeah, but the way it's set up, if I have like everything rolling, I do like 800 million DPS. So it's completely overkill for basically everything. Actually, it's probably closer to like 1.6 billion if you include Rockiatos. Except for on bossing. I mean, that's one thing that, like, Nova Projectile sucks with, is doing bosses, though. I'm not gonna, like, you know, because, like, you're just losing, like, like, you're maybe hitting them with the boss with, like, 3 or 4 of your projectiles versus every single one of them. Alright, there we go. That should be... Open up this. Man, that sucked. For a logbook, that sucked. Yeah, it's also posted on the Discord. I don't have a Discord link copied right now, though, so I can't do that right this second. Alright, so, Scorched, okay. Is there any other areas that I need to go, like, do some really quick pathing for to get to more GE maps for testing? So what I'm gonna try and figure out, using this, the new Google Sheet that I've been talking about, is I want to figure out what the recipe weightings are. So every recipe has its own weighting. And those ratings are different from what the socket weightings are, right? We know that there's ways that you can manipulate the recipe rarity and the socket count, but there's no data on the actual weightings. And if we're trying to make like a probability calculator for like finding your boons and everything, we need to know the recipe weightings. And since that's all stuff that we don't have any information on, we got to basically just brute force it with data collection here. Alright, let's see here. So this isn't the main public sheet that's linked in the Discord yet. But this, I'm gonna update that one soon here. Alright. Alright, so here, let me make this all visible. Here. Alright. So, the way this works is all the recipe recipes for the rune shapes are here. There's a ton of different ways you can type it. Like there's like something like, I think 9,800 different variations of ways that you can type the item names that you find. Then for your maps, you just go up here, say you're running a tier 15 map, right? It auto updates the area level. Your map, you're running, say 3+2 map, +2 mod irradiated tablets. If you set it to 1, it auto updates the total mod count. You set how many actual mods your map has on it directly, and it just auto updates it. There's a drop down for Elder Saga maps, so like you just, if you're running it on an Elder Saga map, you just type it in here. I don't even have a 10k. My mana rune is still sitting in my inventory, right? So I haven't even done it yet. So basically, back to what I was talking about here. You just set the, what you're running for your map, your Elder Saga here. You'll have to change this basically on every map. But, like, these settings, you only really need to change when, like, you know. And then there's the Atlas Master drop down, right? So you have this. You check which Atlas Master you use. And this all can get over here again. This actually just can get hidden. Okay, so you go over here and you select one of the 4 perks, whatever perks you're using for each Atlas Master. So like for Jado, I am using, let's see, I'm using the Wrong Hands, I'm using Eastern Knowledge, I'm using Increase exceptional items. Where is it? Okay, it's not here. Oh, there it is. And I am using the partial translations on Jado when I'm using Jado, right? Here. So now you just go, once all that's set, you literally just go here and you select Jado. It auto updates. And then when you find a remnant, you take the recipe and you just basically, okay, say you find a 3 div remnant. You can, 3 div, that doesn't work. Okay. Type in 3 div. It auto updates it with the recipe. Here. So basically, and then once it gets the socket count, the rune shape, everything here, and it puts it into this export tab, and then like it just keeps it all updated here. This is broken, I need to fix it. But yeah, that's basically it. So it just makes the whole, it basically tracks socket count, the recipe tracks basically everything that you would want data on to find like actual recipe weightings. All in one thing, and it does most of it automatically. After you've set your map settings, you don't have to really touch anything, like again, until you like change your maps. So like if you're running 7 mod tier 16s, you don't have to, you just set that and forget it type thing. So like right now I'm running 0 mod tier 16s on white with Dory here. And for that I am using just the irradiated perk. So that would be, you look over here. Which one is that? Is it not on the list here? Did I not put it? I don't think it is. Yeah, it is. Which one is that here? So just to keep the map level the same, you use disengage safeties. So since I'm just using Dory and I'm just using disengage safeties, I just click that. That's the only perk I'm using. I go over here, I set this to Dory, I'm not using an older Saga map, and then, so basically now I just go find the remnants, re-roll them, enter what I find, and it's good to go. And then that lets us track weightings really quickly and easily. I will fix that later. For what I'm doing right now, that doesn't need to function, because, like, I know what I'm using, so it's my data, so I don't need, like, that functioning for, like it would be for everyone else. Alright, so... the current public sheet at the moment, the one that's linked in the Discord, it actually doesn't have that information on it yet. Like, the Atlas Master stuff, that was something I did, like, right before stream. So, I didn't really have time to, like, error check anything, because I was literally already late to stream because of it. Alright, so what do we got? We have a 7 socket with...
Step on the
re-roll it. Because I do most of the time I spend is actually done testing and not actually leveling. Let's do the top one here. I generally just log the top perk because, like, that's enough, unless it's like something super rare, like okay, why is that not updating? That should be a I should be able to literally just type splinters. Instead of having to type, okay, I'll have to add that in. That's fine. See it like this? Well, yeah, if I'm testing for stuff, I write everything down. And this is actually easier and probably faster to set up than the other thing here. Oh, God. Okay, there's a 1-div recipe here that's not got a match. I need to add that. So... and it is death. All the way at the bottom here. So now, if I go over here, there it goes. Alright, there it goes. Yeah, if it's missing, I just gotta, like, add it. There's some stuff that's probably still missing here. I'll add as I find. Any news about 5.5? Notice it's worth re-rolling long runes. If I'm, like, testing, I have enough money that I really don't care what's on it, honestly. Unless it's something like an Alder Saga, I just re-roll it anyways. Okay, why is there no match on that one? Does it not exist? Here, maybe actually. Okay, aliases. I'll just have to add another alias for it. Yeah, okay, so there is an alias for it. Just need to make it less annoying to use. Okay. Why is that not working? There it goes. Okay. Yeah, so some of this, it's still working in progress. I need to add, like, additional things for it. Do you hit, like, hit crit bonus? I'm capped on crit chance at the moment, man. So, yeah. That's gonna be part of it. Okay. Why is there no alias for that one? Yeah, so as I go through this, I'm gonna have to, like, update some more stuff, just because, like, it's working here. Like, it's pretty expansive for a lot of stuff, but some of it, there's, like, I still need to add, like, different, like, tight, like, shorthand variations for, so... There we go. I have no idea. I haven't really touched cast on crit at all this season. So this sheet is the one that I will use to update the main public sheet as soon as I get all the bugs worked out of it here. And I get, like, more easier shorthand aliases, so it's less frustrating for people to use, because, like, nobody wants to sit there and type the entire item name. So, like, I tried to, like, already, like, make it, like, somewhat expansive, but, like, it does need more help. And I'm like, and I'm only really typing the top recipes here. Like, I could type all of these, but, like, most of the time the top one's the seed, so you don't need everything in this thing. Like, you'll get enough information just off the top recipes. Unless it's, like, something like an Alder Saga, then you should obviously just type the Alder Saga.
Another step on the road less traveled.
You got everything, you're super proud of it now? Alright, so... Yeah, it's kind of funny, because I pulled all of the recipes from the wiki, and that's how I built this. But like, there's obviously recipes that do not exist on the wiki. Because like, I'm still having to like, I'm still finding stuff that's like, doesn't exist on the recipe thing here. Yeah, what was the, why is this saying it doesn't exist? I typed it the exact same. Okay. I'm just gonna go with the reroll perk, I think. I think that's probably better. Anyways, here. And the good thing about this, I don't need separate sheets for different map setups. I literally just need to input the actual map toggle functions here, and it's done. And I am not leaving the Elder Saga, so for once I'm gonna actually go run this map a little bit. I'm not gonna do the whole map, I'm just gonna go get the Saga, but like, still. I ain't leaving that. The only time, there's only a couple items that I will actually go do if I'm doing testing, and that's like Elder Sagas and Legacies. I don't leave those if I'm testing. First off. Another good thing about this, we don't have to actually like worry about logging the exact remnant count per map because anything, so it's basically instead of having to input like 3 different functions every single time, I just input like 2 functions per remnant. So it also saves time because I don't have to delete the old entry versus the old setup that I was using, and it tracks more data. You're super proud of your craft. Nice, man.
Another step on the
3 perfect trans. Okay, so that means I just go over here under the sheet and I type in. And I just re-roll it. And now it's 3 greater exalts. Yeah, but that's not selectable. Basically, the 3 graders always show up together, though, so, like, you can always just, you can, like, go off of that, though, too. 3 grader AUG. Cyclonic. What's that? 3 glass blowers? Okay, does that not exist? It does exist. Okay, we just need to add a better function for that then. Yeah, so far it's gonna be a little bit slower is until I get like all the functions built out here. Okay, so I want to make that one easier. Where? Yeah, this one. So basically, as I like work this, I could literally just add in extra aliases here, so it makes it easier for use and more intuitive. And then it still will do it, so I could go like... There, see, updates. So this is like me troubleshooting the alias setup until before like everyone else gets it. Here. Didn't I just use that same alias up here? It did. It needs the space apparently. Medveds. I don't even need that, I just need to type in greater. Okay. Why is there not an alias for 2 glass blowers? Okay, we'll just go make one. There. Witchcraft. Basically, the top recipe, if you know this, is almost always going to be the same all the way down the list. Like, it doesn't change. So the only thing you really need to log is the top recipe here. So, like, this is, like, Flux 19. Okay, so that doesn't exist. What kind of flex is this? Okay, yeah. Here. Flux. Go down here. Add that. And then type in. Okay. You can also just type the full item name and it'll almost always pop up. But like, I don't want to type the whole item name. That's why I'm trying to like make shorthand abbreviations for everything that are like intuitive. And we're already up to like 60-something, 70-something remnants tracked with the recipes. Okay, so we need to now add that. Okay, now we go all the way back down here and we'll do like level 20 sky or something like that. Oh, and I didn't add what it actually does. Alright, there you go. Yo, what's up, Twisted? Not much. I built a new tool for like getting data for this here. So I'm just trying to like tweak it a little bit still. How many perfect is that? So the only thing that you really need to track is the top socket. Like, the top socket's that usually gonna make it, like, it's almost always the same all the way down. So with enough data, tracking the top socket is fine. Why is it not working on that one? That should be an easy one. Okay, so I add another one. Basically, I'm just troubleshooting the tool at the moment, like trying to make it more intuitive, like. Okay, where is it? So it should be there. Like that, there isn't a, oh, I typed it wrong, duh. Spelling is hard. Alright, so Swift. Eventually I'll get it to the point where it's just like basically there's no updating left. Okay, so 2 gem cutters. Why is there not a, why is that not working? Okay, is there not the recipe? Okay, there's the recipe, so it should be... Okay, we're gonna add another alias for that. Oh, you're old, you're gonna go lay down. Alright, man. Two gem. Alright. Alright, that's an easy shorthand for that one. Ancient room, yeah, so basically I just type in control and it does that one. Now, a lot of these are already good to go. There's just a few of them, like 3 perfect regold, 3. So for the most part, everything's like already good to go. There's just not, and there's not much tweaking that I need to do. It's just like a few of the recipes need some edits. And then, so that's what I'm going to be doing today. While I use the tool to gather data for recipe weightings, I'll keep just editing it. Adding in like extra like shorthand abbreviations just to make it a little more easier for people. What was that? in case anyone else wants to use it. Because well, if we can nail down the recipe weights, like to like actual percentages, that's huge. Because like it wouldn't be. It's not hard to like figure out the combinations of what goes together always. So like every time based off the seed, like it's always the same basically. So basically you just need the recipe rates. So like that one right there, that should pop up as an alias, and it doesn't. I have it with the spaces, but not without spaces. So now I'm just gonna go over here and I'm gonna add that. And it pops up. Okay, we're good now. Reroll it. What do we have? We have three greater trans. Greater jewelers. Okay. Swift. There we go. Now we have splinters. Really? Okay, we're gonna add that. See aliases. What is going on? Why is my browser frozen? Why is Opera using 9 gigs right out? If I end the task, it's going to like have an issue. I mean, it shouldn't be too much of a problem. I have 64 gigs in the system, but still, that is insane. I worry if I end it, it's gonna kill TikTok. That's the problem. And then I have to restart stream. Man, this is not working, obviously. Come on. I'm just gonna kill it. TikTok can be TikTok's gonna die anyways at this rate. With it using 10 gigs of RAM. Remnant effect monster. Yeah, so basically we're pretty sure is what I'm trying to do right now, Muhammad, is I'm trying to, if my browser wouldn't crash. The TikTok is okay still, I think. Alright, let's go. So yeah, that's what I'm doing right now, as I'm just trying to figure out what the recipe weights are. The biggest thing is that's all I really need. We need here is recipe weightings. So once we get all the recipe weightings and information from that, Muhammad, we'll be able to basically figure out everything we want to know. From there. So this is the tool that I was talking about last night on Discord. Basically, this is what it does when you're working on with it. So, like, say, since this one has, say, warding, I just type in warding. And it should, okay, there's no match. Okay, so that should be, oh, Symbi, okay, yeah, never mind. There we go. See? So I'm working on like the getting everything updated, so it's like it's easier and more intuitive here to use, like the aliases, so the shorthand's easier. For it. The end chain of the that's never gonna change, right? You still want the chain is still like very important for the loot. Like that doesn't change regardless of how you're setting it up. That stays the same every time. But the cool thing about this now is you don't have to set the map. You don't have to tell it what map combo is. You don't need 100 different sheets. All you have to do is you tell it your map level. It autofills it. You tell it how many mods are on your map. Then you tell it how many +2 mod tablets you're running. And it basically then autofills it everything. There's even, you tell it if you're running an Alder Saga map with the drop down here. And then there's even setups for like Jado and Doria. So like you go over here to the tabs and then you set your Atlas Master perks in these drop downs. And then it autofills it from here. What you're using. So basically it logs everything that you can do. Once it's set up, you're good to go for the most part. And then you just type in what you need. So I'm trying to so what I'm working on right now is I'm trying to make it a little more user friendly. As far as the actual aliases setups go, so like as I find one that's not really intuitive or like it doesn't work how you would expect it to work, I'm just adding extra stuff in here. See? So like I've added all of these, and there's actually a few because the way I did it, I pulled all the recipes and stuff from the wiki. So without that, but the wiki's missing recipes. Like, it doesn't have the recipe for one div, for example. So, like, as I find recipes that are missing, I'm having to go through and add them. Here. So this is like basically, and it's honestly faster too. Here. Than the other setup was, right? Because like before I would have to go through, delete the old entry, enter the new entry, do it for every single remnant that we would find, and then just keep doing it, right? Over and over and over again. And then we'd have to make a new sheet for every time we wanted to change any of the maps, right? Well, this way I don't need to do it, and it logs the recipe, the rune combination, and everything else. And since every remnant is generated from the same seed state, for the most part, you don't need to log every remnant in here. So you basically just need to log the top one because the seed state's basically the same. So and that'll let us track recipe rate. This will let us track for recipe weightings, which is huge. So this is actually gives us a ton more information. It gives us a lot more clear picture, and than just socket counts. Because like before, like I was just tracking socket counts, and there were some flaws with that. The flaw with that is there is recipe weighting. So say you have a 6 socket, but it has 3 divs. That 3 div recipe might be weighted higher, so it's going to be rarer to find than a 7 socket remnant with like a 2 div item, or like a no div item, if that makes sense. So without the actual like weighting and data to like determine weighting, we can't actually figure what actually is going on. Okay, so this one is weird because there's 2 combinations on this rune. So you got Catagans, and Alders. So I'm just gonna do Alders and Catagans. There. So that's one of the weird ones that has a seed state that's kind of like not that has like 2 different seed states. There's only a handful of recipes like that. Yeah, you see how much faster this is though? Once it's all working for like data gathering. And it gives a lot more information. Yeah. If you have a 3-rune remnant and with a good chain, it's fine. I wouldn't worry about it. So this is gonna give us data on white tier 15 for recipe rarities. Or tier 16 for like recipe weight and rarities, and we can add that to the already existing data that we have. Which is huge. I need to add that as a alias. Hey. Yeah, because I was gonna go do that, huh? Okay, so we need to go to... And we add in, so I don't have to type the whole damn thing. We go down here, the very bottom. We put this here. And I just type in... And then it just updates. So yeah, that's kind of what I'm doing right now. So this isn't the main public sheet. This is the one that I'm actually using. The main public sheet's not as updated, but like I'll just patch it after stream today. Everyone likes your video? What's your video? Cyclonic? Yeah, that's kind of weird, bro. You come in just like someone else's stream and then tell everyone to go like your video. Like, it's kind of disrespectful in a way, you know? Oh, that's perfect. No wonder. Seriously? Again? Okay. I think actually that actually works if I just type in GJ too. So we have 100 remnants of data so far on white tier 16 maps. 120 remnants. I think at 20 once we hit like 200 to 300 remnants of data on white tier 16, we can I'll up the mod count here. And then we can just basically go for the data on that, and then we'll just like do that again, and then again and again. I need white ones. Please don't tell me I'm out. Alright, there we go. That should be good enough for now. This will finish, I'm hoping this gives enough data to, like, finish this set between all these maps here, so I don't have to go do, like, and then we can do enough. It's like this, each one of these, so there's actually a, each one of these should actually give us, like, at least 10, so, puts us almost to 200 tracked, recipes here. It'll start painting a good picture of what we're looking at here. Reroll that. So that's the greater chaos seed. So we're gonna go 3 greater. And we want to now add that to the alias here. Level 20 conductive. And we'll just do level 20 con as the alias for this. And then when this is all done, I'm gonna patch the main, like the actual sheet that's linked in the Discord here. With like the updated stuff too. I think it's just CC, right? So this is why we only really need the top one, right? Because everything uses the same seed setup. So if you get the top one, it's going to be the same every single time here. With the exception of only a couple of the recipes. One of those is one of the Alder Saga's recipes. It can have a different seed setup than, here than the other setups. So like this is the same seed every single time. When you see this, it's going to be the same every single time for the most part because the seed's the same. So the only thing that you really need to log is the top recipe. Because from there we can just go off we can figure it out from there. And for that one, we're going to have to go... I'm pretty sure I already added level flux. I'm just gonna do Control C, change this to 18. Yeah, there we go. See? Why do I have a spreadsheet? Because I'm trying to figure out the recipe weighting. Because, like, I know how the sockets scale for the most part. It scales off the total amount of map mods, but that doesn't tell us the whole picture. We need the actual amount of, like, the recipe, the weights. Because, like, there's certain, say, like, there's certain 6-socket recipes that are going to be rarer than finding a, like, 7-socket recipes. So without, you can't really track one without the other. And thus far, I've not had an efficient way to do that. And so I built this so I can do it quickly. For the most part. Is at least the goal here. Because, once we know the recipe weighting, then we can build an actually, like, effective probability calculator for how long it's going to take you on average on how many maps to find a boon. If that makes sense. Because, like, the current one that it built the last time actually does, it works, but it's working on, like, 50% of the information that we would need to know. So, this will basically give us the rest of the information that we want to know. And it's set up in a way so that anyone can use it. If you look here, so basically you just input the map, in the area level. The area level is determined by your map tier. Then you tell it how many mods your map has, and then you tell it, like, how many +2 random map modifiers, tablets you have. So, like I say, if I was running 3, it automatically updates the total amount of mods on my map there. Like that. So, and then if you're running like an older Saga fixed map, you just input that here too, and it updates that, and then it puts all the data over here into this like export log sheet here. Yeah, that's what I'm gonna eventually do. There's just not enough data. I have a ton of, like, socket tracking data, but no recipe tracking data, so until we get the recipe tracking data for, like, to figure out, like, a rough estimate of, like, the way it's weighted in the back end for the recipes, it's, like, a really incomplete picture. So this will give us a much better picture of everything. So, like, we figure we go track, like, say, 300 remnants and log it on, like, 0 map mods, tier 16. Then we add in, like, 3 extra map mods on tier 16, right? And then we go through and add in... And then we do it again with 7 map mods, and then again with, like, tablets. Again, you know? Alright, so we need to go do another one for level 18 level 19 flux. So we'll go 19 flux. And you only really need to track the top recipe because that's the seed usually for the rest of the remnant. So the top recipe is the only one that really makes a difference here. Do I plan on giving it a server? Maybe eventually, if I can get enough data for it, I might. I mean, I have a Discord server already that I'm posting everything in. That I'm working on for it here. I know. Okay, so that is actually not showing up. That should be showing up. Okay, so I need to add another alias for that. Actually, wait. Does this work? Okay, yeah, never mind. And then re-roll this. But this is much faster to do the, I wonder if, I know that works. There, chaos. Cyclonic. Crackling. Yeah, so that it'll be interesting once we get enough data here, or to actually like start determining or like weighting for everything, because then we can actually make like a statistical probability calculator. So like it'll tell you like, oh, you're running this many map mods, you're running with this tablet setup, this Atlas Master. Here is your chances of actually finding like a boon or something like that. Like that's the goal. Alright, this map's done. Running the map just makes it take longer. Especially when I don't really need money. I have a mage blood in my bank that I can sell if I'm running out here. Actually, I'm just gonna go sell that and dump it really quickly.
Yes?
It's a shitty one, and I don't really need a ton of money right now. I already have a good amount. I'm just gonna put it up at like 210 divs and see if it goes.
Another step on
Alright.
the road less traveled.
6. Okay, so now we have memory. That's actually the first memory seed I've seen. Flame. Okay. Oh yeah, 18. Okay, so I already had that alias in there. I just did it wrong. Reroll that. Alloy, so Mystic. I can tell you right now though, we haven't seen a single 6-div recipe. No perfect Exalt recipes. No 3 perfect chaos recipes yet. I figure a good, like, test set will be, like, maybe, what, 300 remnants to start on white tier 16s, and then we increase it and go from there. Or just for my set. Yo, what's up, Milano?
Good news for you.
Yeah, the optimal route, as far as setting everything up, honestly, the optimal route for setup is more so, like, your rune socketing. I actually made a bunch of updates to it right before stream, and I haven't pushed it to the main sheet yet. I will soon. Well, what do you think of it so far? I need feedback. Fairly easy to use, though. Thanks for that. Okay, so here we go. Yeah, so I updated it to add in, like, Atlas Master configurations and stuff like that. So, like, you can now tell it, like, oh, you're using Jado, and it lets you select every perk that you have, so that, like, I can then, like, use, like, because, like, for Jado, you could basically just mathematically math out what her perks are going to be on average. Same thing with the extra 10% chance for Remnants to be lucky, because we know how that functions already. So, using that information, we can basically, I don't need to have it, like, being accounted for. Like, so, like, and the only thing that really needs to be accounted for is, like, oh, if you add in a Jado's Corrupted thingy perk, it gives you an additional map mod, so that needed to be accounted for in the total logging. But, like, for the most part, everything else is just automatic. We can account for that, like, after the fact, just using math. Especially once we have, like, recipe weightings, we can actually better calculate for the lucky thing. Because right now, lucky, the way it's being calculated is, oh, it's just an extra roll. So basically, it takes one remnant and treats it as 2. So, like, say if you have 1 remnant base, it's gonna re-roll it, and then you're gonna have, like, it's gonna be 2, and then when you re-roll it, it'll be 4, is the way it's treating it for the statistics. But like, that's not quite how it works, because we don't know the recipe weighting. So once we know the recipe weighting, I'll be able to actually model the lucky a lot better. No, it's not no, it's not bad at all, man. It's just like for the modeling side of it, without recipe weighting, it's hard to properly model it.
Sold it.
I am running out of white tier 16s though.
Another step on the road less traveled.
And I've been adding extra aliases too. Yeah, so like eventually we'll put in everything into it, and we'll just like we can math out a lot of the like Atlas Master stuff, like Lucky, I can just use math for. And for the most part, like since every remnant has the same base seed, for the most part, you can basically just type in the top one and it will be fun. It's plenty enough data. Because like Alright. So yeah, you don't need to type in every single item that's inside a remnant. This is too tedious. All we really need is a top seed information, and then we can extrapolate from there, basically. So right now what I'm testing is, 4 is white tier 16s for the recipe weights. So I'm gonna do like 300 remnants worth of data on whites, and then I'll do it again on like say 7 mods, and then again on like three mods, and then I'll add in some tablets, and we'll do it again on like 13 mod setups, and then like again, and then we can work on like tier 15. So basically it'll be like 900 remnants tracked on this set, and then we'll like make a new, and then we'll just like export that sheet, and then do a clear it, then do it on tier 15.
Sold it. Hail.
I didn't complete that map, did I? No, I didn't drop a bomb. Yeah, but as soon as we know the recipe weights, we can make a predictive model for like everything. Like how often, like if say you wanted to like find like a 3 div orb drop, we can you can put that like that in, or we can make like a predictive model for that. Like once we know the weights of everything, if that makes sense. So like Alder Saga, we can tell you exactly how like often that's gonna occur, like stuff like that. I think that'll be kind of fun to do. And then and then we can also, since we're tracking the amount of map mods that you have and everything else in the map tier, your Atlas Master and everything like that, when we have all that, once we have the weighting data for like a good amount of the map mod counts. So technically you need like 3 to 4 data points, a baseline 0 mod data point. You need like a mid tier one, and then like with like 3 mods, then like a 7 mod data point, and then a top end like with like 13 to 14 mods, and then you can get the weightings for each one of those sets, and then you can just extrapolate from there and basically model it. So like you don't have to do it like all there, but that'll basically, once we have that, it's like, oh, how often and what are the odds of over sustaining my Alder Sagas with this many mod counts or on this type map? Like, I think that's like something that people would want to have or see, because like that's something we can like make a statistical model for. Basically, you select your item and it tells you the odds of finding it with that map setup.
Another step on the road less.
Hey. We don't need the item, the occurrence rate for every item, because everything has the same, basically the same in seed. So like so you only really need the top item, because it's the same every single time here for the most part. So once you have that in seed, it's really good. So, since we know what the seeds are, it's not hard up to that point. I am running out of white tier 16s. That is a problem. Anyone guys like a bunch of white tier 15s they want to try and make me some more white tier 16s with? Like, I got a 7 mod tier 16s for days. I don't have whites. I think that's my last 2. Yeah, that's my last 2 white tier 16s, man. Frittata. Double check this tab. Oh, no, wait, I have a few more. That hopefully should get me up to 3. I hope. Yeah, and like for the most part, we don't even need to log what the map is, because like the other data told us that the map doesn't matter, right? Like for the most part, so now we only need to like log what we find for the actual. Okay, I thought I had that already. Didn't I add that already? Maybe I didn't. So this is one thing I'm doing as I'm updating it. If it's like if there's a shorthand that I want to use, then I just update it here. Because that way it's like for anyone that's also wanting to help, it's like it's like as intuitive as possible here. Alchemy again. Oh, it's through that's a 3GR. Two orbs of chance, reroll that. Splinters. You know, that is the first orb of chance I've seen on that one. 200 remnants, and that's the first orb of chance. What, 2 orbs of chance one. So like, that's a telling. Swift. How many is that? Yeah, that's also on. Greater transmutation. Alchemy. 1 div. Oh. Yeah, actually, that recipe didn't exist on the wiki when I set this up. I had to go add it in manually. Greater Jeweler's Orb. Utre. Flame. Trans. That's our Jeweler's Orb. Honestly, once I have like 300 zero mod data points, it should be enough to get us a good estimation as to what like it is on zero mod, like white tier 16s here. So with that, Flux. Oh, that's crackling. Because we're almost at like 250 data points now, so like I'll burn the rest of my white tier 16s, and then I'll switch up the sheet settings, and then we'll go through the like other ones like 3 mod, 7 mod. I have a ton of 7 mods, so I'll probably go straight to the 7 mods. This is just for easy jump, so we can go from there.
Another step on the road.
Perfect trans. Reroll that. DJ. Jeweler's Orb. Ire. Alder. Double 18 Flux. Okay, is there not a... There we go. Oh, I'm out of rerolls. I gotta go get more.
Another step on the road less traveled.
Oh. Yeah, we're not doing that. Nourishment. Symbiosis. 3 orbs of chance. That would be the first 9 socket we've seen on this set. Fire of Older. Greater transportation. Somatic. You know, another thing that we can tell from this is we can tell which seeds are rarer here. Because we know that, since we know the way that which seeds are used for what here, we can, like, from the data, we can literally show if it's recipe rarity or seed rarity. If it's seed rarity, I mean, it doesn't really change much as far as, like, calculating it goes, honestly, but it's still interesting to know, you know? Because maybe it's the rune seeds that are the rare thing here.
Another step on the road less traveled.
Alder. Witchcraft. Greater. So I just need to type in GC. Agony. Two gem cutters. 6 whetstones. Unique jewelry. Control. Level 19 flux. Okay, I know I have that in here. What is that? It's just 19 flux. Okay. Did I re-roll that one? I did not. Okay, what do we got now? Greater Jeweler's Orb. GC. Level 20 Rain. Unique Jewelry again. We're almost at 300 on this set though. Which is actually not bad, considering it's so basically before it would take to get to like a 300 set. Or even a 200 set was taking me like an hour and a half. So on this, it's taken me like not even that long. And I started this when I was streaming, so it's actually going faster than the old setup too. Alright, random on that one. Man, a ton of Greater Jeweler's orbs on this set, too. You know, it's good when we have area ones that are +3 remnants, because it's just so much faster here. Because, like, it means I don't have to go, like, to 20 different maps here.
Another step on the road less
So it saves me on maps when we have ones that are, like, +3 remnants like this. I think that's the first prowess receipt I've seen. Another greater jeweler's orb. Okay, so far now we're getting to where we have 300 data points. So this is getting to where we can start somewhat estimating recipe rarity based off of this. Okay, why is it not? Is that the first 3 greater trans I've seen? No, I have it. It's just not working. I was using the wrong code. Duh. Oops. Alright, let's see. We got 3 chaos. That's an interesting rare. Unique. Vital. Great, 1 greater trans. Swift. Alright. App's done. We got everything. Looks like it, so on to the next map. This is... I gotta do a path map. I already have one in my inventory, we're good. I think the next map is gonna be like my last white tier 16 that I have, so it's gonna be time to switch to 7 mods. After that. And from there we should be able to start getting at least a little bit of the picture. Yeah, it's gonna need like thousands more data points to get like an accurate estimate on everything. But from there, at least we can go off, we can make like a decent seed weighting setup, you know? And then we just have to basically go from the seed weights to the actual recipes, which is not hard to do. We can, and then once that's done, we could basically just like make a probability calculator for that's completely, say you want to find like 3 divs or a boon inside of a remnant. We can use that to then figure out what the odds of, like, how many maps you're gonna have to do and what, like, the best map setup exactly is. Because we already know what kind of basically manipulates it, which is waystone percent and, or the total amount of map mobs. I'm pretty sure it's nothing to do with waystone percent. And it's only the total amount of mods on your map that you have that adds to waystone percent here. And the area level, because there's a background multiplier for area level. So when you have the area level and like a ton of like total map mods here, you're actually doing we can actually paint the picture from there for the most part. Alright, my last white tier 16. If anyone wants to donate white tier 16s that's in chat, I will not say no. I'd like to get it to 400 data points at a minimum, just so we can start seeing a decent picture here.
Another step on the
Blazing Flux, reroll. bucks again. And then from there, like, once we get, like, a good outline, if we wanted to get, like, data on every single remnant recipe that spawns together, we could do that too. But, like, for now, I just want to get a decent, like, rough outline of what's going on, you know? We don't need perfect data on the, every single one, because the seeds. I mean, as long as we know the base seed, it's fine. Yeah, that was my last white tier 16. Alright, so I just gotta change the settings here. Alright, so we are still using tier 16, but this has 7 map mods. So you see how it like exports the total amount of mods here? If you're using Alder Saga, the Atlas Master function is broken on this one. I need to fix it still, but like for what I'm doing, since it's just me that's testing on this sheet, that doesn't need to work, because I always use the same Atlas Master setup. It never changes. So, from here, now I'm gonna have to use, so I did like 300 on, 323 on white tier 16. So now I'm gonna go through and do the same thing on 7 mod tier 16s, and then we can track the differences. Yo, what's up, Barnaby?
Another step on the road less traveled.
Okay, so already, on the 7 mod tier 16s, we have found more raw div remnants in this map than we did in any other map. I think that we found more raw divs in this map, just this map, than we did like every other map combined. Yeah, we have. You need a new character to kill Uhtred with so you can get another mana rune. Greater Jewelers. Vital Flame. 3 GR, 3 Greater Regals. Greater Transmutation. Did I show you this thing that I made yesterday? That I spent like all day, and it's part of the reason I didn't stream yesterday. So basically, we have this. So this works is you enter your map tier, and then you put in the amount of mods your map has and how many like +2 tablets you have, and the map tier then determines the area level. So like say you're using tier 16. And then when you enter, like, say I have a set of 3 mod, I am running 3 mod tablets, and then auto updates your map fixes here. No, it's a much more powerful data entry tool. So once you input all of your like general settings, you even can select your Atlas Master, and it like calculates what master perks you're using. So it logs all of that. And then you tell it does this map have an Alder Saga affix? If yes, you just select everything here. Which one? and it will log that. And then from there, you just literally, you type in the item you have, and it autofills for the rune combination, the socket count, everything. So it's basically you just, yeah. So it lets us track recipe rarities, socket counts, map mod effects, all on one thing, and it's just like, and I don't need 100 different sheets to do it. Like, see right there how I just typed in Vital Flame and it, like, instantly just filled it? There. Let me move my camera so you guys can actually see here. Right there, that's probably better. Have the cam over there. So, yeah, so basically it just autofills everything, and the way it works is that this sheet here, it has all the, like, the shorthand and the names for every recipe. There's, like, 9,000 something different permutations here that you can use. And I'm still adding more as I, like, find one that I want it to be different for. And then you have this sheet here that just basically has all the rune shapes that then pulls everything. And then it just you just type it in on the main logging sheet and you're good to go. And then, like, for your Atlas Masters, you can come over here, you select exactly what perks you're using. Between every option, you can take 4 of the of them for every Atlas Master, and then you just go up to the top and you tell it what Atlas Master you're using, and it logs that too. This one's a little more advanced than the one that's on the Google Docs and the announcements channel. I haven't updated it yet with the new changes. Like, the Atlas Master stuff isn't in there yet. Because the Atlas Master stuff isn't currently working. I mean, it works, but it's not filling into the export sheet. Which I need to fix, but for my own testing, I don't need that information. Because I always just run Dory to keep the level the same. But I figure enough people use it and enough people log everything that they're finding, and we'll be able to very, very, very quickly find, like, recipe weighting and everything like that, you know? Okay, one of those was a 3 mod. Okay, make sure I did not screw up my settings here. Yeah, 7 mod, tier 16. Total map mods, okay. It also will track, it lets us track the impact on not just sockets, but the recipe rarity weightings. On top of everything else here. So, like, if adding more mods increases, like, the odds of finding, like, higher, rarity seeds, it lets us track that. So basically, it tracks everything. I didn't put, like, a map log in here, so it doesn't track, like, what map you're on specifically. But from all the other data, the map doesn't seem to matter too much. The layout of the map is, like, the determining factor. So, like, as far as, like, what's on here, I have yet to see a Void Flux. That's the first Void Flux I've seen. And it's actually faster to log it this way. I mean, yeah, but the beauty of it is I can just update the sheet, and then we could just redo it. We could literally have it all ready and good to go again in, like, a handful of days, even if there's, like complete recipe changes. All we have to change is the recipe database, and it's good to go. So, like, even if they do go and change everything, like, it's not even more than a 10-minute update to, like, recalculate the new rune shapes and everything like that. So I intentionally made it that way so that, like, if that does happen, we can just update it and, like, have the accurate information again within, like, a few days of testing. Or at least have, like, a good baseline to work off of. That is the first Masterwork rune scene I've seen. And the first Orloth saga I've seen. So yeah, so for all that has to get done is you just go change out the database sheet. If stuff gets changed. And then within like a handful of days, we'll know everything again. So like, this basically will let us just build anything. Because it only takes like an hour and a half now. It takes less than an hour and a half to log like 300 remnants on this setup now. And I spent a lot of time adding in extra aliases too for it. And like there was pathing time, so like, figure if that's just me doing that and I did 300 in an hour and a half, how many can we do with like 10 people doing it? And all inputting their data, right? If we had like 10 people doing it, we could get 3,000 remnants done in an hour, you know? With 10 people. All using it. Which then would give us like perfect, like a really good idea, and now all we just have to do is put it in that Discord channel that I made for this. We import it and then we compile it. Yeah, it's gonna be the one that I have up right now is not public. It's I need to push the patch onto the main sheet for the Atlas Master setup. But yeah, it's everything. You just make a copy of it and then you can export it as an Excel file, and then we can and then I can compile all the data that you put into the Discord channel. Is all that has to be done. It's like super simple, super easy, like, and then we just compile it. So like everyone's gonna have access to it. And that'll give us the best spread of like testing too, because like that means like, oh, you're running an all +7 map. Now we have someone else is doing that. Then now we have like some data on all +7, etc., etc. And then also another thing that we can extract from this information is because the Alder Saga map toggles, we can find out the exact occurrence rate for every Alder Saga affix. Too from that. Yeah, I'll probably push the Alias Master patch here as soon as I get it working. Here. Onto the main sheet. Because that's the thing I need to be able to like have everyone log their variables with like what masters they're using and everything else. Because like for Jado like it's an average of 20% is her buff. We can like just math that out fairly easily. You know, same thing with her lucky buff. We can math that out. Like, so we don't need to calculate for that in the main sheet. We could just do that off the total sum of all the data in the end. Just using the math for it. So all that really matters is we know what you're running as far as the Atlas Master goes. So we know to math to account for that in the math, you know. Or rather, so I know. But yeah, but I mean, the same thing. Here. Yeah, because right now on the export page, the Atlas Master function is currently broken here. I just need to fix it. And then once I get that done, it's good to go for everyone here. Yeah, so I already logged that. And the other thing that it'll let us know is, like, if certain runes are rarer to see than others. Like runes that have, like, opulence recipes. I probably typed that wrong. Bruh. There we go. And we really only need the top recipe because that's the main seed. So, like, if you have the top recipe, you can basically figure everything else out here. Everything's done here.
Another step on the road less traveled.
It's actually so much faster to just type this out than it is to do it the old way, where I have to count every single socket and then go and, like, delete the entry and then do it again, and it's like literally just, it's 2 keystrokes instead of, like, oh, highlight it, delete it, enter the new one, forget if I logged it or not. Okay, so we got about 70 maps worth of remnant, 70 remnants worth of data on this set now. And I have to do like a ton of pathing now. That's fine. This is a lot less tedious to use too than doing it the old way, if I'm being completely honest. The old way was like really like brain killing after like a couple hours. This is just like really straightforward, simple, quick and easy to do.
Hill traveler.
Yeah, I'll probably go through and patch the main sheet in a little bit here to get all the Atlas Master data in there, so everyone has it. Barnaby, and then it's also pinned in the current sheet is pinned in the announcement channel on my Discord.
Another step on the road less traveled.
All right, let's see. Okay, so that's 100 remnants of data on this set. Okay, I'll let you know. I mean, I can actually probably push that right now. I have the file to do it. I have the fix already done. I just gotta, push it here. sure it all functions. It is. Okay, it works. Say you're using Jado with the... That doesn't need to be visible. This needs to be over here. Let's go double check the settings. Alright, and then say 3C. Check the export tab. Jado in the wrong hands, okay. There we go. Okay, yeah, it works. Let me double check all perks. I'm gonna put some random perks in here to make sure it works. For if you have more than one. Alright, there we go. So this is the export page, right? Hello, is that Baldur's? No, this is Path of Exalted. So this is the export page. It takes all 4 of your selected masters here. It logs the amount of the item that you found. It logs the rune combo. It logs the socket count, the map tier, the area level, the total amount of mods on your map, how many tablets you're using here. So basically everything in here is logged, and you just have to give it your settings. Once you do that, it's good to go. And since I have added a bunch of extra, like, more intuitive aliases to the end of this one here. We're gonna go over here, and we're gonna update the alias one over here on the main sheet with the new ones that I just added in. Also, there's a 1div recipe that I need to update here because it's not on the main sheet either, because it wasn't on the wiki. Okay, that is not what I wanted it to do. That's better. Alright, there we go. Oh, wait. I'm copying off the wrong page. Aliases. These are the ones that I added. Alright. Now, recipe database. I had to add this in, so we're going to go over here and add this to the main database here. Because for whatever reason, this recipe is not on the wiki. Make sure that works. Okay, it is not giving me socket count or rune combo on that. What did I do wrong here? Because it should be here. There we go. Okay, there, I fixed it. Okay, so back to hiding this sheet. Alright. Everything's good. Died the other day to a random stupid circle. So your guys' actually is more updated than mine is now that I'm working on. So basically, there's a channel on the Discord. It's called like, let me pull it up here. Where is my Discord here? Where is it? Data sheet collection. You just basically, you go in here once you get the data. And then you just like hit the download thing right here and just export it as an Excel document, put it in that channel, and then I can compile it with the rest of the other data with all your settings. So that way it really streamlines the ability for us to mass data collect and get all the information for sockets, and it just gives us a lot like better than just a controlled test, because like you just put out how many map mods you're running, etc., and then like we go from there. And it doesn't really even take that long. It takes like an extra 2 seconds per remnant. Once you have it, once you're in the flow of it, it doesn't really take that much longer than just actually playing your map. It takes like 2 extra seconds. Now that the aliases are all like more intuitive and stuff like that, you know. What are you doing? Okay, now I have to do path maps. Do you need to start cleaning or just start adding stuff to... Yeah, so just, for your copy, the only thing you really need to do is you put in your map tier here, and then that auto sets the area level. You tell it how many +2 random mod tablets you're running, and then that will autofill your map mod count, and you just tell it how many mods are on your map. You tell it what Atlas Master you're using. You have to go set up your Atlas Masters, basically. So, like, if you're using Jado, you just go over to these drop-downs and you check which 4 perks you're using. And then once that's done, you don't have to ever set that again. And for the most part. And then if you're running, like, an Elder Saga map, you just tell it which variant here. This will have to be done, like, every map, but it's, like, takes, like, 2 seconds. It's not a big deal. And then past that, everything else is automated. You just type in what you find. And, like, most people, if they're actually seriously running stuff, they know how many mods are on their map and what tablets they're using, you know? You're not, update the sheet. I just updated the main sheet here. Might need to refresh it on the, I'll also put let me put a link to it here. Because I just updated it, so your sheet might not have it yet, but it's on the, updated version here. Alright. But yeah, and it's really simple, because if they patch it, or like they change the rune steps recipes, the only thing I have to do is I have to just go in and edit the rune recipe database file, sheet. And that's like a 5-minute change. We just go pull it from the wiki again, and then we're good. So anytime something major changes, we could track it that way. But as far as everything goes, I think this is a lot more powerful of a data entry tool and collection tool than, like, the previous spreadsheets were. Where it's just, like, because it logs everything. So it's huge.
Another step on the road left.
Yeah, with some luck, we'll be able to build a decent database here. What do you do with all the data? You just, if you go over to File, you can just hit Download. Download it as an Excel sheet and throw it up in the data collection channel on the Discord. There's a data sheet collection channel in the Discord. You just basically, you download it as an Excel, you put it in there, and then I can compile it from there. And the sheet is also pinned in that channel for anyone that wants it. Here. So, that's all you gotta do. You put it in there, and then we can, take it and, compile everything we need to know from that, because everything's logged onto the export sheet. So you can just take the whole spreadsheet, and then the only thing I can need for it is I can just copy a bunch of the export sheets from people, and then compile it. And the other thing is it lets us track if certain runes are rarer to occur than others. Not just for like recipe rating, but straight up like if there's weighting on the actual runes themselves, we can determine that too with enough data. Basically, this lets us figure everything out. So, it only tracks 1,000 lines on the main logger at the moment, but, like, after 1,000 lines, you can just delete it and start over, for the most part. Or just go make another copy. So, yeah, because and the only reason we need to know the 2 random map mods is because we've, No, it doesn't. You just change the toggle. That's what the Alder Saga toggle is there for. So if you switch between that, so basically the Alder Saga toggle, you have to change it for every map. But that's what this Alder Saga affix is. You either set it to none if you're not doing an Alder Saga affix, Or it's like all +5, all +6, all +7, lucky, 1 guaranteed, 1 guaranteed, 1 and 8. Yep, you just need to adjust the drop downs. I thought of that already. As soon as you adjust the drop downs, it adjusts it for not having an Alder Saga. Yeah, I tried to make it as like user-friendly and easy to understand and intuitive as I possibly could. Because the plan was to like use it for like mass data collection on it, you know? So by making it as user-friendly as possible and then building it inside of like Google spreadsheets, everyone has access to it. It's not some like third-party tool, you know? That you have to download, you just copy to your Google Drive. Yo, what's up, Charles? Because I figured if I made some like third-party tool out of it and I didn't do it in a sheets, then nobody would want to use it. So I made it sure it was like we didn't have to like use any like scripts or anything to make it function. This boss is annoying. It also even accounts for like irradiated. So say you don't have Dory on, but like you have irradiated tablets. It's on a tier 15, it's going to account for that. Actually, I think I made an error on that. Thinking about that, I don't know if I think it always assumes you're irradiated. And then Dory just doesn't add an extra level. Which, I mean... I guess that really doesn't matter because you're basically, if you're doing the Grand Expedition, you're probably always running at least some irradiated tablets, you know? What the heck? There we go. And if you can't find a recipe, you can just always like Control F it on the alias sheet, or just add in something that's better for like suited to how your brain works. It's not that hard to do. You just literally, it's just like a copy paste. Okay, like right here. Why does that not work? I know I added a flux. That's 18 flux. Okay. I'll probably end up patching the alias sheet a few more times and making it like completely no matter how you type it, it works. So you're not like trying to remember the exact one. It's just however you want to type it, it works. It's just I have to make it like a lot more expansive. Yeah, it's supposed to. Well, it doesn't autofill until you've actually got it in. So like if I type in a recipe that I've never seen before, it doesn't autofill. But for the most part, if you just type the entire item name, though, it's basically guaranteed to work no matter what. It's just I tried to make it so I don't have to type the whole item name. So I can try to abbreviate it fast, just for, like, raw speed's sake, you know? Because the better abbreviations that we can use for it, here, the faster this whole thing goes. Doesn't seem to be working for you? Oh, what's it doing? So this is the sheet that I'm using, that you're using here. It's working on the master sheet. So, like, you have to type in the first time and then it autofills. And they should be protected so you can't accidentally delete stuff to make it stop working. I'm pretty sure I protected the back end. It is. It's not autofilling. So what you mean by autofilling? It's not like just automatically typing the rest of it out, right? Is what you're saying? Or it's not updating the match recipe and the rune combo. Here. It might have been, you might have actually deleted something in the ranges here and it might be bugged. Let me make sure everything's protected. I have a warding rune of hollowing and nothing is popping up. Can you put a screenshot in the Discord so I can see? Like in general? It might be that one of the ranges got unprotected and you deleted it when you tried to backspace something, it deleted the main function, which I think is what's probably happening. Because the master sheet's working still. Okay, yeah, so let me try that on that here. Let me try it. On this one, it works. Wonder if... Oh, I mean, it's hidden. That is weird. 1581, everything's right there. Let me see if I match your settings here. 1581... Maybe it's a bug? 8 map mods. 6 total mods, all 5. And Jado. Let me try that again. It's working on the main sheet. Huh. I wonder if it... Yeah, so I can keep working here. Because I don't want to go through digging through the whole sheet right now. I'll just use this. God, this thing is stupid. No, if you didn't delete it, it could have just happened accidentally. If one of the ranges got unprotected, it could have unlinked the. I'm trying to figure out if that's what's going on, because it's going to be an issue that a lot of people are going to have. But at the same time, it would take me like a long time to dig through it and just make sure. Whereas I could just tell the whatchamacallit to do it really quickly while I still do the mapping testing. Yeah, that's exactly what happened. They're not protected. So if you highlighted it and hit delete, it would have made it so it doesn't work. Whereas like if I highlight something and hit delete here, this one's protected. So just give me a minute and I'll get it fixed. Here, well, I'm gonna let the AI fix it because it's that way I can actually still like keep working. Here. But thank you for the pointing it out. That's... I thought I did that last night. When I updated it, it must have bugged it again. Okay, now that just fucked it up. Yo, this is why using the AI sucks, because the AI is stupid. I try to save myself time so I can like keep playing the game and keep like logging stuff and let the AI do it. This built into Sheets, and the AI is just dumb.
Another step on the road less traveled.
I really don't want to run Untainted to get to the rest of that. I really don't. Well, the problem is half the time if I try to use it for something that's convenient, it bugs out. Yo, what's up, Maz? I know I can do it because the one that I'm working on right now is done. I just don't think the AI knows how to do it. The one with like the 400 entries on it is already got that done on it. I just need to, honestly, at this point, I honestly just need to do it manually. You can go through and protect all the back-end formulas. I literally could have been done with it by now, but if I wasn't trying to use the stupid AI and keep doing the game logging, so I could just path in the back while I was working in the background. I would have been done. You gonna drop anything? Not really. Yo, what's up, Courier? Thanks for the follow. Yeah, let's see. Did I figure it out this time? but honestly, we almost have, well, I almost have enough data to start looking at item weighting for the recipes and just go, I can go from there now. Because I have like 300 white maps, remnants, and I'm pushing like 300 remnants on 7 mod tier 16s. So then I just need to get like another 300 and that's a good start. From there we can determine like actual weightings. Okay, let's see, did it actually do it right this time? And if I try to delete all of this with a highlight, does it still work? Okay, I think it actually stopped being stupid and actually fixed it. So if I go over here... Yeah, so this whole area needs to be, it shouldn't be opening like that. If I... the area level, it should be only editable by the, protect. Alright. Okay, let's see. Can I now if I go over here? Yeah, I screwed that up. That's just gonna have to get left because like if I change that. Yeah, so I cannot change that column at all. Come on, let me edit. Should be unprotected by now, man. Okay, so 16, enter. Unprotect, cancel. Show all protection ranges. Okay, that's fine. Okay. No, I've never seen it. Yeah. Okay, so... I need to remove the protection here. All this was what did was like protect the whole sheet though, so it still didn't do what I wanted it to. Quite. I mean, it did and it didn't at the same time. I'm gonna have to just do this later on my own when I'm like when I actually have like I'm not in the middle of stream to fix this. Okay, I'm not gonna change that. Actually, that looks ugly. Let's not do that. Okay, bro. I did this all in Excel instead of doing it on Google Sheets originally, and then just imported it. Um, Okay, let's do that. Fucking. That's why everything's an import from an Excel, because, like... Yeah, it's annoying. Okay. Yay, that works. Now, okay, so let's see. If I go over here and I delete this, it should not be deleting the backend formula. Still, okay, so that's good. It's not deleting the backend. Alright, everything should be working now. That's already done. So if I change this, 16... No, it's not working now. Yay, fuck you. Bro, this is wasting so much time. I'm about to just re-import it from Excel and go protect it on the... do it that way.
On the road less traveled.
There should be a space right here on this. That and the alias sheet should not be protected either. It's just the backend functions to be protected. Which it should have already been done. I don't know how it got on, how it managed to break. Yeah, I will for sure. Okay, let's try this. Div. Okay, now if I go through and I highlight and I delete this, there's a break. No. Okay, so how did you break it? I don't even think I can highlight and delete this and break it. It doesn't. It's already been... What? Okay, what if I go over here, delete this column? Does it break it? Div. That breaks it. Okay. So, if you highlight and delete over here, that breaks it. Is it even in the bot? It might not be. Let me check. Yeah, if it's not, I'll give it to you here. Give me 1 second. Okay, so now I know what's going on. This is protected, this is protected, this row here is protected, but this one here, here, and here, these columns are not. So... Okay, I will fix that later. Because, like, if I do it on this one, I think it doesn't break it. If I do, like, if I deleted... Say I delete this. Yeah, it won't even let me do that. Over here. Like, you see, it literally will not let me. So, there's a bug on that sheet compared to the one that I'm working on. Okay, so... Yeah, I'll get that fixed in a minute. Now that I know what it's doing, that makes sense. So if you highlight and you try to delete the other side and you do it on the wrong side, it basically bricks the entire sheet at the moment because it deletes all the back end functions. You think it's working now for you? Okay. Well, I mean, at least I figured out what it's doing. So I know how to fix it in a little bit. I'll go through and do that. Yeah. Yeah, you opened up the link again? Oh, okay, yeah. Yeah, because if you accidentally deleted that that side, it will break the sheet. So we need to, I just need to go through and protect that side of the sheet. Because there's no reason you need to input in that side. So, at all, basically. So using that, that did not autofill. That means that's the first one I've seen. Yeah, that'll bug it. That'll bug it 100%. So the fix is basically you just go protect. I gotta go protect those ranges, which I'll do it in a little bit. But that's why it's good to have people in chat that are like testing it, so I know that there's what bugs that need to be fixed in it, right? So like it's not like someone can't accidentally just like, oh, highlight the whole thing, delete it, there goes the entire function of the sheet, you know? That shouldn't be possible.
Another step on the road less traveled.
Alright, let's see here. Alright. Alright, what is this? We have Breath of Alder. Where is my spreadsheet? So, a little bit more data, we'll be able to at least get a rough estimate on like the weightings here. Greater Regals. Chilling. So the only reason I don't need to write the entire contents of a remnant is because every remnant uses the exact same seed setup. So as long as I have the top line seed, then that's all I need, basically. That's funny. Greater Chaos. Three Greater Regals. Vital Flame. I'd like to note that as soon as I added in more map mods, it started popping up with the div recipes a lot more. Like, I think I saw 2 div recipes across, like, 500, like, the first 300 white tier 16 data points. And now I've found, like...
Another step.
And half of that amount of data, like, 3 times that. Almost like there is socket, the socket weighting outweighs the, actual... Alright, let's see here. We've got unique ring. That's the seed for that. Cyclonic. I gotta take a... Is that greater transmutation? Oh, yeah, that's greater. Wonder greater transmutation. GT. Is it working now for you, Barnaby? Not really, it was. Okay. Give me a minute, I'll get it fixed here. Yeah, some of that just might be the alias sheet problems, that it's just not in there. It, like, is the nickname. So the way it works is the alias sheet here, right? This alias sheet is what determines if it picks it up, right? So if you put M in here, it's not gonna work. I don't know what is wrong. So basically, so this sheet is protected now. Okay, so if I delete that, what does it do? The match recipe also is deleting it, so it bricks the sheet. Okay, so let me go through if I delete that, and then delete this, and then I type in div, that bricks it. So it's not, are you saying it's not like auto-filling like what mine is? So like if I type in this and it fills the rest of this? Is that what the problem is here? Thanks for the sub, by the way, Edgar. Because when you're first starting out, it's not going to autofill like that. You're going to have to do it, like, basically manually. Like, if you haven't found the recipe a few times before, it won't autofill. Okay, so yeah, so that's kind of normal. It doesn't mean the sheet's broken. I'm thinking it's like you're typing stuff in and it's just not even doing anything on these side. Like, so like when I type something in here and it just is like the blue stuff right here, right? That's what's not happening for you? Okay, so that's what it's not doing. Okay, so that's actually normal. Like, that doesn't mean the sheet's broken. Like, I would be more concerned if you typed something in here, like, if you typed the whole thing in here, and it didn't fill in these sections. That's what I don't want. That's what we don't want to ever have happen, right? We don't want to be able to type in here, and it not fill here, because, like, something got deleted and it's broken. If that makes sense. Yeah, as long as the recipe input is is still working with the match recipe, because like it doesn't know the name, because on your sheet it's not as filled out as mine. So like until you've found those a few times, like each recipe a few times, it doesn't know to autofill them here. And if you're not able to find it, like if it's not popping up when you go to like try to find it, like type in what it is, you can go to the aliases sheet here and just Control F. And then search for the actual, like, name. Yeah, no big deal. Yeah, it happens. Troubleshooting is kind of what we have to do to make sure everyone's able to use it. Like, right here, like this one, I should be able to type level 19 flux and it should fill. So now that I know that it's not filling, I know that the, so see, there's a one for level 19 flux, but there's not one for level 19 flux. So like, if I wanted to tie it, so I'm just gonna go over here, and I'm gonna make an additional entry here, right here. So now level 19 flux is good, and then on the alias sheet, so now if I type it in, it should autofill the rest of it, right? So that's the biggest thing. So it relates what's in this alias sheet to everything that's in the recipe database sheet here, but this is how it knows what to tag everything with, right? So like cruelty, so like I'm trying to like fill out different permutations of ways to abbreviate and say every rune here. And by doing that, it allows me to then just basically update the main sheet with any updates of like permutations that I come up with just like as I'm doing this. So like that main sheet's alias pet tab is gonna get like updated and patched constantly until I get basically every permutation possible there. Like 3 GRs, 3 greater regals. Okay, yeah, there you go. Then, yeah. So basically, you just get until I get everything like completely updated to where you have like every single possible way of saying something. That's always gonna happen. Like we can't do anything about that. So if I can't, so let me see, div, and now I can't delete this, right? Okay, yeah, that still breaks it. So basically, if you'd say, if I go, here, let me just refresh this one. If I highlight this and hit delete, it's gonna brick the entire sheet. Same thing here and here. Whereas if we look on my main sheet, it straight up will not let me delete it. So I just need to edit, I just need to, I need to update this one with the, changes here. Which I will get done in a little bit after stream here. Yeah, so once that's fixed, it'll be basically, it should be just basically just plug and play. You can't accidentally delete anything after that. I mean, I could just like do the shitty fix and just protect the entire range, but I would have to do it just like the main sheet's done. So like it just straight up will not let you delete or edit that, and doesn't give you a stupid pop-up if you try. Alright, so, let's see, if I did 320 on the main on 0 mod tier 16s, and I'm up to 542, this should be getting to a decent enough sample size that it can start, like, at least estimating what's, some of the, weightings for this so far. Like this one, level 18 Flux, it's not here. So, I know Flux 18 is, but we want to make sure that level 18 Flux works too. So, if someone types it that way, I can just go here. Or like 18 Flux, that's another one that should work. So that's there. Actually, I already did that one. So that's, there. Okay, this is a mineral map. Jeez. So go over here, 1GC. Okay, the 1GC doesn't work. This is Greater Chaos. Piranhas. I think that's the first Veranos I've seen because it didn't autofill it. For that seed. Chase. Alchemy. Nourishment. You are. Flame. So if I type in flame, it should also update here. It doesn't. Flux 19. So that's another alias that I need to go through and add then. Sir. Jewelers. Reroll that. I think LJO actually works too. Now I have to play this map. Because that popped up. Yeah, I don't actually have to play this map. I can just blitz right to the where I want the end here. Because we need data for Alder Saga's maps too. Because that's something I'm missing. Is there's no raw data for those on any curse. Basically, all the Alder Saga calculations are just extrapolations based on the current socket weightings. But we only have socket weights. We don't have recipe weights. So without the recipe weights, the socket weights are basically useless. I mean, not useless. I mean, it's still information that is good to know, but like, it doesn't paint the whole picture because like if a 5 socket is weighted higher than a 7 socket, then it like, you see it when you add in map mods, you see an increase of 5, you don't see an increase in sockets, but like, you see an increase of the higher weighted recipes, then that's a totally different, that changes the entire equation, you know? I am really running sagas all. That's fair. I mean, if I'm actually farming, that's what I do too. It's just for testing that gets really expensive to just open the map and close it. You know? And if I'm trying to like get a lot of baseline data without sagas really quickly, the fastest way to do that for me is to just open the map and close it after I log everything in it, you know? But honestly, if I keep finding Alder Sagas like this while I'm pathing, that's fine too. I do know that there's a background weighting that seems to be an effect on tier 16s that weights everything better than everything else here. As soon as I figure out recipe weights though, that'll be huge. Yeah, so but yeah, that's why I was like, okay, if we crowdsource this and someone's just like only running Alder Saga maps, I think, and they do those toggle functions, then I get their sheets, and then I can combine that with the info from my sheets that gives us data on everything, not just like one thing here, you know. So the more data that we can gather in total, the faster it is to find the weightings on everything, you know? Across, like, multiple different map mod ranges and all of that, too. Like, that's important. I think the only other well, let's see. Yeah, it'll save. It'll completely save if you close it. You don't have to have it open. If you close it, it saves. It's on your Google Drive permanently. So like everything you input is saved. So you can close it, reopen it, do whatever you need to do. It's there up until the point you actually go delete the actual spreadsheet file. It'll save.
Another step on the road less.
Well, overall, this is like, take your dog out for a walk, keep the stream open, alright, man. But this is like a much more powerful data collection tool than what I have just been doing with the other way I was logging it, because we get everything. We get like runes, we get weightings, we get rune occurrence, we get like seed weights. Socket counts.
Another step on the road less traveled.
Well, I'm almost up to having like 600, a good 600 sample size on the, between the 2 mod and, sorry, between 7 mods and 6, we almost have enough of a sample size, or sorry, 0 mod and 7 mods to start actually trying to glean some info from it, even though it's very low. 300 on each is not very good. But it is high enough of a sample size to at least get our, like, some information out of it so far. And then I'll, like... Okay, so I think 3 more maps on this, and then I'll go get some +2 tablets, and we'll run those, and that'll be a good baseline on tier 16 to, like, start at least making some estimations. That granted, we need, like, 3 to 4 times the 300 remnants per map type that we have now, but, like, that is at least something decent. Here, it's a good start. At least.
Another step on.
Okay. Flux 19. Create a jeweler's orb. That should pop up. What do you mean, no match? Okay, that's gonna have to get updated. Because that means I haven't seen that recipe yet. Greater. No, I have. I literally have an alias for it. I'm just being dumb. It's literally one word. It just needs, yeah, we need to update it with more variations of that. Wait, which one is this? Alchemy seed. Okay. Unique ring. Mystic. So far, I can tell you there's certain recipes that are just like stupid heavily weighted. compared to others.
What is buried will be with the dust.
I don't have any logbooks left on me.
Another step on the road less.
Greater recalls. So the reason I don't need to log everything is I know the seed we already basically know the possible seed combinations for every seed. So just by listing the top seed, we can basically extrapolate from there what everything is and the occurrence rates for everything. There's only a couple recipes that have multiple seeds, and like literally it's like 2. Combos. Greater Jeweler's Orb. It's honestly faster for me to run the Magma Zen and then come and then go and do the whatchamacallit from there. Just for speed to efficiency's sake, Moment is in is just it's just faster to do it this way.
Another step down.
There we go. Another unique jewelry. Okay, so I have, let me see here. Alright. We need to do... I think I almost need to start switching it up to going to, like, 2 random map mods now. What do y'all think? We switch it up now? I think there's enough data at this point that we should be switching on the to at least get like some information on 2 random map mods now while we're logging this, because like we're not. I don't have any extra data on that so far here. I'll be right back though. I'm gonna get some water. Okay, back to testing. Okay. Yeah, we're gonna go to high sockets now. Which means, unfortunately, I need to go buy tablets. We're plus 2 random mods. And I also need to go over here and change the setting to 3 with plus 7 mod maps. Bring this over here for now. Yeah, I want blues. Is there any that just have the random mod perk on? I will literally pay like 2 to 3 times the cost to get just the random mod perk on it, because it's going to cost me that much to annul off every other perk but the random mod perk. Oh, there's one right here. 9 div. So there is not a lot of them here, is there? I mean, I guess there's some pages of them, but still. Yeah, there is literally not a single one listed that I don't have to use an annul orb on. That's annoying. I mean, I already have one clean tin socket here. Or 10 use one here, so I only technically need to get one more to get like a good, like, 300 remnant data set going. But with my annulment lock, man, it's gonna take me like 10 tablets to get 2.
I got the charge. If you
Not at the moment. I kind of like
shop never closes.
did a poll on the Discord, right, Kerr? To figure out if people need it, if they would rather do more like testing or do like more Mage Blade giveaways, and everyone basically voted for more testing. Okay, so that was shit. Yeah, so 2 of those went really bad already. Okay, so we have 1, 2, and then these 2 are junk. It honestly might be cheaper to buy like 1 random mod one and then just spam it with divs. Yeah, so I built a whole new like testing tool and everything else to like be a lot more comprehensive. Okay, so this is already set. We have the 3 mod tablets, 7 mod maps. No Ultra Saga affixes. Alright, here we go. Next data set. We'll probably run this one until this sheet's full at 1,000 enters.
Another step on the road less traveled.
It's helpful if I,
Another step on the road less traveled.
unique ring. Unique ring. Honestly, you know what this, we could, honestly, I could just base it off the seed weighting. If we can establish, like, a seed weight, then we can make a working, actual, like, functioning calculator based solely off of the seed weights. For, like, every single recipe. So say you want to find, like, an Alder Saga, we can use the seed weights, if there is any, like rune seed weightings, to figure that out. Which, honestly, is much better than just using, like, raw socket probabilities. And this new data collection tool lets us do that.
What is buried will be. Another step on the road less traveled.
And hell, maybe we figure out that it's not map mods at all, it's just seed weight. Or, like, it's got nothing to do with, like, waystone percent, it's just an area level multiplier with seed weights. Yeah, I think it's something to do with seed waiting. That's what I think is going on. I think it's the map mods change your seed weighting or something like that. It doesn't change your socket counts, but it changes the end seed weights, which makes more sense. Honestly, that makes a lot more sense in the grand scheme of everything.
Another step on the road less traveled.
Back to the seeing an insane amount of mods though. I can see how, like, in the original data, it was looking like it was changing socket counts, because it was, if it's actually not even doing anything for the socket counts, it's actually changing the end seed weighting, because it would look like socket counts. I just didn't have a good enough, I just didn't have a tool built to actually properly track what needed to be tracked. That's not what that is. Because I'm pretty sure this sheet only tracks up to 1,000 things at once. So as soon as it hits 1,000, I need to change. I need to basically export it and then clear it.
Nothing worth having. Another step on the road less.
But a insane amount of extra data is going to be needed. Actually, maybe not. I might be able to use the, like, what we have now. Like, once this set's done, and I might just be able to straight up extrapolate using the observed seed weights to see everything else. Be right back, phone call. I'm back. Okay, so this is the Tau Mat. There. I hate this one. It's annoying. Yo, so I actually think that will work, by the way. I think we can just use this and get the seed weights. And then basically extrapolate everything from there. Based off like 300 maps on 6 mod, 7 mod, and 13 mod. Sorry, 0 mod, 7 mod, 13. Basically, we have a... On tier 16, that should let us extract seed weights. And then, like, once we have that, we basically know exactly how this is getting scaled. We should be able to firm the seed weights, so we should then be able to, like, extrapolate the weighting of every recipe in the game. We don't even, like... Once we have, like, accurate reads on, like, rune seeding and stuff like that.
Another step.
I was checking if that's a bot account. Like, I get a lot of those in here. Yeah, instead of looking for, like, specific recipe weighting, like, that would be 10 times faster.
Another step on the road less.
What do you mean, no? Oh, it's 2 gem cutters. Yeah, it's right. Greater Jeweler's Orb. Cyclonic. 2 Gem. 3 Greater Regals. Swift. Greater Jeweler Orb again. Yo, what's up, Andy? I think I almost have seed weights cracked. Like, I'm really close to having the seed weights, like, completely cracked. Oh, the new tool? Oh, okay, yeah, it's actually kind of cool. Okay, so, basically, you go in here and you tell it your map tier, right? You tell it how many mods your map has, so, like, right here it's 8. You tell it how many +2 random mod tablets you have, right? And then it autofills the area level, the amount of tablet mods and your total map mods, right? And then you go and select your Atlas Master, and then you go to like these Atlas Master pages, and you tell it exactly what 4 passives you run, and it will fill the export sheet with that information here. So like it's Jado Atlas Master with the passives here, right? So like now that that's all in there, if I type in like say I find a recipe that's 3 div, I hit enter, it then updates the 3 div to that. It gives you the exact room combination socket count, and it's actually not. This isn't working at the moment. I don't know what changed. But yeah, so I mean, there's still some bugs in it on the main tool, on the main sheet. I'm working on it. I'll get most of the bugs out of it after stream here. It is working, it's just not showing it. Okay. It's just hiding the functions. Whatever. So yeah, I basically created like a much more advanced data logging tool than I already had. So basically, this basically logs everything from the map level to the exact room combination to basically everything here. So now that I have all the extra information, I can then try and find the seed weights of the recipes, and then once I have the seed weights, it basically, you can extrapolate from there every single recipe weight in the game, you know? Once you have the rune seed weights. So yeah, that's what I spent yesterday building. And the alias sheet. So basically I pulled all the recipes from the wiki and I put them in here. Right? So then on this sheet, this sheet relates the names of the items with the recipes. So there's like 9,000 different permutations of ways to say everything. So like you could say like 1x is an exalt. That's actually that one's not working. Okay, so 1 exalt. Oh, there is no 1 exalt. It's 3 exalt. So you could do 3 exalt, or you could just do like 3x. It does the exact same thing. So basically, there's just a ton of like different ways you can say it to make it like easy for people to use. So I gotta work out a couple of the bugs still on it, but for the most part, it's functioning. But it is like it will make making a actual large database for like Grand Expedition and the socket weightings and everything else like 10 times faster, because instead of just tracking sockets, it tracks literally everything. And it's like super easy and quick to set up. You know, there's also tabs that'll track like, is it an Aldrich Saga map, right? There's a drop down for that too on the main setup page. And then that'll also get tracked. So I went from just like really rudimentary like data collection to like complete like a lot more advanced as far as the tools for it went. And the best thing is, if something changes, all I have to go through is change the database page and update that. It'll take like if they patch it and all the recipes change, it'll take me 10 minutes, and if that, to update it. And then basically, it should take only a few hours to get the seed weights. So every patch, we can figure out the weighting within like a day or two of the patch dropping. So even if they change it, we can constantly figure it out. Yeah, so now we're just not shooting in the dark anymore either. Like, we're like just tracking the sockets, because now we can track the sockets, we can find recipe weighting, we can find everything, you know, within just a few hundred maps. Because every rune has a seed weight and a seed combination for the recipe. So like once you have the rune weighting and the seed weighting for that, you can basically extrapolate from there the rarity of every recipe in the game. So even after patches, it'll take like maybe 2 to 3 days at most to get enough data built back up to then extract it again and then put it into like a probability calculator or with all that, so that you just select the recipe you're trying to find, and it tells you like the best amount, like the best map setup, the best like everything to run on it to find it. So like how many mods, what map tier, etc. You just, and then like how many expected maps to be before you find it type thing. Like once we have all that, we can basically start doing cool shit like that. Because at that point, it's just simple probability math. I mean, probability math isn't simple, but you know what I'm saying. For the most part, though, it's completely abbreviated. Oh, wait, that's the wrong seed. That was, no, yeah, that's right. It's the same thing, rare, unique seed. So I only really need to track the top line, because that top line basically determines the entire seed, so... It also makes the data collection so much faster than having to, like, delete a field, reapply the field for every socket. For this, I literally just hit, type it in, it autofills, and then I'm good. Was there a space on this alias here? I think there might have been. Yeah, there was. I need to add another alias for that where there's not a space. It also let me see, like, if adding extra map mods to increases, like, the average seed rarity there. So, like, there's no more, like, guessing what's going on. It just lets us see it, like, with more of the detail than, oh, this adds more sockets. Because there's recipes that are weighted, like the div recipes. Those are, like 5 or 6 socket recipes, but they're weighted higher than a 7 or 8 socket recipe for, like, the 3 div one, you know? So, like, the whole socket tracking, it was good until I could get this built, and now this is just a lot better. Yeah, that's me. Yeah, that's like, all the data on GE right now is literally coming from me. And I was the some dude that's been doing all the testing. It's not Reddit. It's not random though. I will say that whoever did that is wrong. There was somebody that took all my data on Reddit and then said it was like crap because I wasn't normalizing for the amount of remnants per map. It like started quoting. So and then started quoting like his degrees and some shit. It's like, bro, you don't even know what you're talking about. That's not even what we're tracking. You can't track for like. You can't normalize the amount of remnants per map because that like implies that every map has like some sort of background weighting or multiplier for the remnants and seed quality. That doesn't make sense. Yeah, no. So new information. It doesn't seem to be affected at all by waystone. Well, it's a hard thing to explain. So there's certain buckets of waystone percent. There's the bucket that you get that adds waystone percent from your tablets, like the 40% to waystone percent. So that bucket has no effect. The map bucket also doesn't really have an effect, but here's the caveat. The mods that add waystone percent, so like any mod that adds to your map waystone percent bucket, seems to scale the seed quality on your remnants. So what that means is your +2 random map mods and then like 7 mods on your a tier 16 map will scale the average seed quality on the remnants. When the seeds are just like certain runes that are like seed runes for the rest of them, and that's how it works. It's not like off of the waystone percent directly. The waystone percent is just a weird byproduct of the actual thing that's scaling it. Here. It doesn't. It uses the same seed list that the normal rules would. For the most part. At least according to like the data mines that I was able to find on it. It basically it treats it like you're opening the map again and just uses the exact same seed weighting and list. When you reroll. Same thing with the lucky modifiers. It does basically the same thing. It just treats it as an additional roll when it hits lucky for that main seed list, and then just keeps the rarer of the two. But the stuff like the actual seed weighting and all of that stuff is server side. You can't look at any like data mines and figure that out. I do not believe there's. I don't know if I'm pretty sure item rarity doesn't really have an effect. But I haven't really tested for like specific item rarity on the actual remnants. What am I doing? What do you say is best? I mean, I use I would say like 7 or 8 mod tier 16s with +2 random mods on your tablets is probably going to net you the best result. Because whatever they changed in the last patch, they was supposed to increase the remnant quality and stop it at tier 15 is actually progressing it through tier 16. So, like that multiplier in the back end for map level and area level is affecting it all the way up through tier 16. So tier 16 is actually, even though the mod count is lower, the multiplier in the back end is making up for that, and then some. Yeah, every time I make a post on Reddit, there's always like three or four people that's, oh, it's not how it works. That's not how statistics works. It's like, bro, you don't even understand the math.
Another step on the road.
But once I get like 300 data points, it should be good. On each, like, with like one mod versus, 2 mods. And then like 7 and then like 13 mods on a tier 16. And that should give like a good, like, scaling slope. That we can then, look at the difference in the seed weighting for every a mod count, and then that should give us a decent, like, slope as to how it's actually scaling, too. Because it's not linear. It's not a linear, like, scaling. It's a curve, I'm pretty sure. So 6 mod, tier 16 with 7 random heart. It doesn't matter. Pack size, the only thing that I know effectiveness works because I tracked that based on XP. Because I wasn't really happy with the original, like, test on, like, tracking the loot. So I went and tracked the, XP totals there. So I know that works for sure. But as far as the other things goes, item rarity is oversaturated, monster rarity is oversaturated due to the Atlas perks, and so in the more rare monsters, pack size perks, they straight up do not function. They just straight up do nothing. Wait, which one is this?
Another step on the road less traveled.
But this wouldn't have been possible in, like, in a time and efficient manner if I didn't build this tool. Yes, gold found technically should be reducing your loot, yeah. The reason gold found reduces your loot is it's a currency item, so it reduces the chance for other currency items to spawn. Okay. I know I typed that wrong. We're just gonna copy here, because, like, that thing is annoying to spell. Which one is this? 19? It has a different seed than 20, so I can't just like, oh, that's a 20. No. Greater Driller's Orb. Yeah, so this tool basically tracks everything. I literally custom built this just for doing this. What am I doing? I could just do that. Alright, did I grab everything here? No, I missed one. Yeah, so I built like a rough calculator based off socket sizes and probabilities, and like I wasn't really happy with it. There was a lot of missing data. But with the actual seed weighting data, I should be able to actually make a working, functioning, like, probability calculator for, like, whatever item you're trying to find. Because, like, it's not even hard from that point. We just have to get the actual weighting across, like, multiple map tiers with multiple different mod counts and go from there. Because like once we have that, it's really easy. Well, it's not easy. The math isn't easy, but like for the most part, like putting it all together is. That's the first 3 perfect chaos seed I've seen so far. Didn't I already have one of these? Did, and I re-rolled it. But this sheet caps out at 1,000 entries. So once I hit 1,000 entries on this sheet, I'll export it onto a thumb drive or not a thumb drive, onto my drive, and I'll do it from there. And then like start on the next sheet, get more data, and then compile all the export sheets together in Excel, and then just go from there and do the math. And then post it on Reddit and get told I'm wrong, and that's not how it works. Yes, that I can call that one now. And then for Jado and everything else, like we don't even need to calculate that because we can calculate that on the back end once we have the sheet data here. Because like Jado, like it's not hard to math out the effect of like the 10% lucky chance based, or the 40% increased chance, 0 to 40% increased chance to increase the effect of your tablets. Because like technically, even at a 40% roll, it can't go over the 8 extra mods. It can only give it an extra 2 because the way the math works, because the game doesn't round it to the next highest whole number, it rounds it to the whole number basically. Or so if it's an 8.4, it's going to be at 8, which even at 40% I believe it puts it at 8.4, so it's always going to be 8 even. So technically that entire top end isn't really too much of a big deal, but I can account for the average too, because you on average it's going to be a 20% increased effect, which will give you an additional 1 mod across all the tablets. Unless it's being calculated per tablet. If it's being calculated per tablet, that changes it a little bit. Not much. Actually, no, that doesn't really change it at all. Never mind. What am I saying? Because it would have to be 50% hit for it to do anything if it's a per tablet calculation. To put it up over the next whole number of two. So yeah, it calculates them as a group. Bro, I have gone through so many of these rerolls today on these Liquid Verisome. I probably have spent 30 div on this stuff today.
Another step on the road less traveled.
And this sheet is public, by the way. The one that I'm working on right now isn't as updated as the main public one. The main public one needs a couple patches. It's having some problems, but I will get that done after stream. I'll go through and fix it. I mean, it works, but like, there's some stuff that like is not functioning as the way I intended it to. Whereas this one is. Because I didn't update that one yet. With this. This, yeah. Yo. That's the one I just hate having to type. Like, I really don't like typing it. It's a pain in the ass. It's not autofilling. I honestly, I just need to do a TF19, TF20 alias code for all of those. Well, like, yeah, using this is actually even like much faster than just the way I was gathering the data of the first times around when I was just using like the socket tracking. This sheet is like 3 times faster than even that. Now that I got all the aliases functioning and everything's like easy accessible to like just type in really quickly, the sheet makes it like it's so much faster. It would like normally to get like 300 remnants tracked, on like the way I was doing it before when I was just tracking the sockets, it would take me roughly an hour and a half to 2 hours. Now the biggest thing slowing me down is my movement speed. I could probably, if I had like 300% move speed, I could probably get it done in like 30 minutes for 300. Which is huge. Bro, this map. I always get turned around on this map. So, like I say, I've been streaming for 5 hours, so I've almost done 1,000 remnants. Before, to do 200 remnants worth of loot, it was taking me 2 hours. It's doubled the efficiency. Or worth the tracking. So, more detailed data, and it's faster. So, like, that's all I can ask. That just give me 2 fridges? Yeah, it did.
Another step on the road less traveled.
That 3, yeah. That's good there. I think you just deceived me. Internet? Internet's still here. Game's crashed. Okay, I think that's everything on this map. So we are up to 800 and, so basically I started this at 600, so I have 200 something data points for 13 mods now, so it's getting there. At 1,000, I should be able to at least make a rough estimate at 3,000 around there for like, if I have like 600 for each mod count, I should be able to basically definitively determine seed weighting. At least for the most part. Seed weighting just, it literally makes the most sense. If it's a seed weighting thing at this point, rather than like it going off like the recipe itself. It doesn't make a lot of sense to do that. I think there's a bug in here, actually. I think all this data is useless. That is a massive bug. Ew, that is fucked. Okay, so we're just gonna have to make a note that, like, around 300 was on 0 mods, and, like, 300 was on 6 mods. 7 mod here. Yeah, that's fine. I can account for it because I know exactly how many of each map type I ran. But that needs to be fixed, like ASAP. As soon as like I'm done with stream today, I need to fix that. Yo, what's up, Burn? Yeah, but yeah, go for it. There's a current bug in in my version of the sheet that I need to fix. Yeah, you can. You just set the toggle. Is that bugged on your version of the sheet, or is it just mine? Let me see here. If I set this to 1 div, I go over to the export sheet, total mods, and now if I change this to 0, yeah, it's bugged on both sheets. Okay. Yeah, that's gonna have to get fixed. Yeah, you're good. Let me get the fix for this really quick.
Another step on the road less traveled.
Okay, that's done. Okay. Okay. Okay, so that's Sovereign. Are you kidding me? Did I not spell? I'm pretty sure. No, I did not. There. Yeah, but yeah, you should be alright to do that here, Barnaby. I'm gonna push out a fix for the sheet here in a little bit. That should fix the fucked up logging on the back end here. I'll just re-import it on the main sheet. I am out of tablets. Yay. Here we go. Honestly, though, we should have almost enough data to actually start looking at this. By now, I should be able to get a good estimation on seed weighting across mod tiers, because there's 300 remnants. If we can, because all we have to do, we don't have to find the exact recipe weighting for everything. All we have to do is find the seed weights. If we find the seed weights, then everything else falls into place. So it's actually much faster than like I initially was thinking, because if we can find seed weights, we can make a functioning probability calculator, like, with a very limited data set, because we don't need to know the spawn rates of everything. We just need to know the seed probability, rune spawn rate and occurrence rates. We know that, we basically can then deduce the spawn rates of everything.
Challenger! Okay. Yama sees you. You are worthy.
Another step on the road less traveled.
Is that 2 greater jeweler's orbs? Oh, that's a GG. Nah, that's this one. There is no 2 greater jeweler's orbs yesterday. What am I thinking? Where's the transmutation orb? Greater 3 GR, 3 greater regal orbs. Swift. 3-grader Og. And then another 3-grader Og. Reroll that again. Splinters. 6 wet. Chase. Lutrids. Greater Chaos. Brace. Medveds. Six wet. Stones. Greater. Is that how many? 3-grader Og. Prowess. Alright, I gotta use the restroom really quick. I'll be right back. Dinner is here. Oh, is it? God, there's almost already 6. I'm probably only gonna do like one more map worth of testing, and I'll probably call it because the girlfriend just got here. She had like a minor surgery today, and I don't want to be streaming when she's like having to lay in the bed next to me, basically. So, yeah, I'm gonna do like one more test map and then call it for the tonight, guys, and I'll update on everyone on any new findings in the Discord. If you're not in the Discord, here's the link. Alright, there's the Discord link. So anything we find, anything I find out from like looking at the data today will be posted in the Discord before there's any kind of videos or anything made on it. Because I haven't looked through anything yet. Actually, I probably won't even do another map on stream. I might just call it, here. Yeah, I think I am gonna do that, guys, after this. So, on that note, I thank everyone for hanging out and enjoying my, spreadsheet testing here, and, thanks for watching, and I will catch everyone tomorrow, probably. Alright, have a good rest of your evening, guys, and... this one.